Sorry, Jim. I'm writing. I'm stuck. Help! Hold on. Give me 1 second. Where are you? There we go. Alright. And then we need... What do we need? We need that. Hi! I have it together. We're here. We're rolling. Okay, one moment. Hi! Hello, everyone. Hello. Happy Thursday. Hope you're all doing well. Let me say hi to you guys. Hello, Jack. I'm glad you're getting a little time off. While they're giving you some breathing room. Hello, Standing. Good to see ya. Welcome in. Hello, Mage. Yes, it is already Thursday, which is wild, but I'm kind of okay with it because that means it's almost the weekend. I started work again this week and I'm just like, what about second holiday? What if we just went and did that again? How does everyone feel about that? Is that an option? Personally, I would be for it. Then I'll just say, well, I have good news. It's not Tuesday. Hopefully that's good news anyway. I hope you are all doing well. I hope the week has been treating you kindly. Hope you guys are ready for the weekend. I've been watching a lot of streams because GDQ has been on this week, so I've been basically just having that on in the background. I fell asleep last night. I guess I was tired because apparently I just passed out. Like I had GDQ on my phone. I was lying in bed watching it. I guess I just passed out. Something woke me up at like 6 in the morning today, and it was still going, and my phone was almost out of battery. I just kind of woke up and was like, ugh. And then I looked at the phone and I'm like, oh no. Oh, you poor baby. I'm so sorry. So yeah, maybe a little bit out of it because of that, but nothing too bad, nothing too crazy. I did get the car back this evening. Nothing too bad about it. Just the one of the belts wasn't even like worn out. It was just loose. So it was causing a bunch of squeaking and squeal, and it was really unhappy about that. So they tuned it up. They looked at a few other things, and all in all, not a bad time. Nothing crazy, thankfully. Nothing like really expensive needing replacement or anything. So I'm glad about that much. Oh, Mage. I saw something. I thought of you actually. I don't know if this would actually help or not, but funny how straw dripping material can make or break a whole engine. Boy. The tiniest little thing going out of order on complex machinery just, yep, it just kills the whole damn thing. It's wild. Yeah, but no, thankfully, and initially I thought it was the fan belt, and I think they said it was the drive belt? I'd have to double check what the write-up said. But yeah, thankfully it wasn't like worn out or broken or anything. It just needed it was just a little bit out of calibration, which honestly, it's a fucking mood. So Mage, I don't know if this would actually help or not, but I know you've said in the past that you don't really like using mouse or keyboard. It doesn't work. It doesn't suit you very well. So one of the speedrunners today. Let me see if I can find the page. Here it is. One of the speedrunners was playing Doom Eternal. And they had a device that they were playing with that made everyone go, what the fuck is that? And they did mention it, and I looked it up, and it is a thing called the Azeron Cyborg. So it is a hand peripheral. I don't want to call it a mouse because you don't move it like you would move a mouse. Let me get out of the way. It is a hand resting peripheral. It's got a little thumbstick on the side there, and then it has like 30. It says it has 30 keybinds. So if we go down, there's a video here somewhere. Yeah, here we go. So it has multiple keybinds for each finger, including on the thumb. So I believe he was using it in place of the mouse? I'm not sure actually, but I figure with the shape and everything, you could replace a keyboard or a mouse or both, and they sell it for both left and right-handed. It's kind of crazy looking, but I'm looking at it and I'm like, I don't want one. What would I use it for? I have no idea. But I still kind of want it. Okay, yeah, I guess that makes sense. So the once I learn to be able to play through hand. Yeah, kinda. So yeah, I guess it has top and bottom bindings for each finger. It has outer bindings for the index and pinky fingers. It's got an outer binding for the thumb and maybe a button that you can press on the inside of the thumb. It has the trackpad. Yeah, I'll post it in Discord. Let me just give you the store top page. Something a little bit easier to work with. But yeah, I saw that. I was like, that might be helpful, especially like if the main problem is movement, right? Wrist movement or arm movement. If the fingers are working fine, if that's not the source of the trouble, then might be something that'll help out. I see they also have whatever this fucking monstrosity is, which I guess is just like a keyboard that is mapped to your hand rather than an arbitrary layout, which I get it, but I'm sorry, what? Yeah, if you can just get used to where each binding is, I think that does make a lot of sense. And what the goodness gracious. Okay, how does this one work? Oh, so you just like strap it to your hand, and then it's just got a bunch of keys within finger range. It's almost like a VR controller. Could you imagine combining this with a VR controller? So instead of just like the trigger, you have a full button input? Oh, and they just got a trackpad on the bottom. Oh. Oh, that's really cool. Okay, so I got Cyborg, the compact Cyborg. And then there are a couple of accessories you'll notice that they have like a... Here we go. So they've got like an adjustable stand to improve the angle and make it more comfortable. They've got some additional like grip tape. So it's probably worth it to go for the bundle, but you know. It's what it is. I'm kind of curious where the stand actually sits. Anyway, I saw that and I and many other people in the stream were very intrigued by it, and a lot of people were saying they were like checking out the site and thinking of buying it. One person even made a donation. It's like, here's some money for charity, but also might want to give one of them cyborgs. So yeah, it's a fun little thing. I imagine it, you know, has a little bit. So I don't actually know what the difference with Hall effect is. I have heard the term a bunch. I have never looked it up. Let's find out together. How do they work and how will they eliminate stick drift? It uses magnets rather than pads. Well, I like magnets, so that's already a good start. Potentiometer is simply a variable resistor that forms a... Oh, yeah, that's what my joystick has. I mean, my joystick is like 25 years old, so yeah, it's just potentiometers. Might not mean much if you're unfamiliar with electrical components. In theory, all you have to know is that the voltage divider output changes depending on the stick's position. The controller reads this voltage and translates it into a coordinate. I've actually worked with potentiometers. Back in college, I did a mechatronics class. And so it was a bunch of... It was low-key engineering, like electrical engineering for art purposes. So we didn't get into like the really crazy shit, but we were doing like circuit diagrams and understanding electrical components, and we got into a little bit of programming in the advanced class to do like scripting. That isn't new, but the pads are cheaper and wear out faster. So that they can sell you more shit for less. As you move your joystick, it moves a conductive wiper against the resistive pad. So yeah, over time, that's gonna wear out. Okay, so how do they eliminate drift? Where the potentiometer joystick uses a resistive pad wiper to vary the voltage, Hall effect uses a contactless alternative. A magnet. A surgery. Conductive pin, the wiper is replaced with a magnet, and the resistive contactor is replaced by a flat conductor, a Hall element. Okay, so that makes sense, and that's cool. I don't... Why is it called a Hall element? Or a Hall effect? As electrons go through the material, the magnetic field effectively pushes them to one side of the conductive material or the other, depending on the polarity. When the joystick is moved, the sensor detects the side electrons were pushed to, and the conductive material interprets this as movement. This all happens without a physical contact. Huh. Oh, I love planned obsolescence. It's my favorite word. Because there's no contact. Okay. Oh, the term Hall effect itself comes from the physicist who first discovered the phenomenon, Edwin Herbert Hall. In 1879, he observed that a voltage difference was generated across the conductor when it was placed in a perpendicular magnetic field. This voltage difference, or Hall voltage, is caused by the force that the magnetic field exerts on the moving electric charges in the conductor. The Hall effect can be used to measure the type, number, and properties of the charge carriers in different materials, as well as to detect the presence of a current or magnetic field. Maybe named after Darrell Hall of Halls, or maybe Darrell Hall is a descendant of Professor Hall. The tech is almost 150 years old. Or at least the concept is 150 years old. But, you know, we could also just sell you garbage that breaks down after like a couple of years, Nintendo. I know Nintendo isn't the only one, but my wired 360 controller, I think I bought that in 2014? It must have been 2014. Yes, it would have been 14. That was when I was visiting a friend to go to the Dota International, and my friend worked at Microsoft, so we were able to go to the employee store and buy stuff. So yeah, I had that for at least a decade. I mean, I technically still have it. I don't know, it's not, the controllers never started drifting. I never had any stick drift. The wire wore out. I think that was the problem. The wire eventually got too unreliable, and so I had to get a replacement. But yeah, the 360 controller itself never had any problems with it. Whereas my fucking Nintendo Switch sits mostly unused and still suffers from stick drift. Actual garbage. So, I don't know, like, you could just... To me, the fact that they are using a Hall effect stick on the Cyborg does tell me that there is a respectable amount of build quality that is put into this. Not to mention the guy that was using it has said he has used it to speed run for over 1,000 hours and it's still working perfectly good. So I don't know, man. If you want to sell a computer peripheral, a gaming peripheral, I don't know that you can get a better endorsement than a speedrunner going, yeah, it's good. Yeah, I thought that was interesting. Also, well, I guess it's just design. Some of the parts look 3D printed. Like they have that sort of striation that makes it look like they were printed rather than machined. It would be so funny if Azeron just put out a tweet. It's like, why did our sales just go up like 600%? So yeah, I thought that was really interesting. I don't know if I'm gonna get one, but it's very intriguing. It's a very, I don't know, I really am thinking about it. I don't know what I would use it for, though. I don't know. Because some people will get like specialized, we'll call them number pads or keypads for like our programs and whatnot, you know, stuff that they can put specific bindings on, specific macros. I've always been very simple. I just use a keyboard for everything. I use a keyboard in my space games where a lot of people will use a HOTAS and, you know, have both hands on that. I just like having the full key layout option of a keyboard. It's simple, it's straightforward, and I know where everything is. But I don't know. I can imagine a number of cases. I can imagine just like having bindings for art programs, bindings for games. Um, yeah, now like initially I thought, okay, well this would make a lot of sense to replace the right hand with, right? Replace the mouse with, but the more that I think about it, it's like this would actually kind of make more sense to put on the left hand, right? Have that replace the keybind or the keystroke inputs, and then still get the mouse precision on the right hand. So food for thought. Food for thought. I'm not sure what the Hall Effect Elite thumbstick is versus the normal one. It might be a more accurate sensor? I don't know. In any case, of all the various peripherals that we've discussed this week, this one is definitely the most interesting because I did see that Razer hologram bullshit, and I'm just like, yeah, that's gonna be dumb as shit at best and a nightmare at worst. So I get it. I don't actually know how many people saw her. It was a good movie. I enjoyed it. Yeah, it's definitely worth looking into. I saw her. I think it was a really good movie. I enjoyed it a lot. And there's some amount of, you know, we want to get to that point. I get that. That's fine. That's whatever. This is not gonna be that. It's gonna be really weird if it becomes anything at all. I don't know. I don't know. Everyone's just trying to find. It feels like everyone's just trying to find something else that they can sell, and it's not even that it's like a good idea. It's just we just need something to do. I did want to bring up one thing. So I discussed this. I kind of had to scramble. I didn't get a lot of time to put this together. But why don't we go ahead and jump over to clip? So I threw together some goals. I was talking a little bit about, you know, what Faye set up. Or the way that she, hang on, let me move some stuff around. There we go, that's better. Some ideas, right? You know, sort of having like various categories and you know, goals within each category and tiers of like, here is the basic thing that I would like to accomplish and going from there, right? So I didn't get a ton of time to work on it, like I said. Some of them are definitely more considered than others, shall we say. And some of it I did not necessarily come up with something to do for every, you know, tier or level of completion. So I guess we can just sort of go through some of these really quickly, right? So on the stream side of things, I've talked about, you know, what I would really like to do this year is resume the game development. You know, the bare minimum of that would be to figure out what was blocking us last year, right? The animation stuff. I have a couple ideas. We might take a quick look at that next week or towards the end of the month. I don't know yet. But you know, my bronze medal, the bare minimum that I would like to do is resolve that, right? I think that is a very low bar to hit, but that is like if we accomplish nothing else with it, I want to do that, right? Understand what went wrong there. The silver, sort of our, like, okay, this is absolutely the target that we want to aim for at minimum. I realize that's kind of the same thing as bronze, but it's a little bit more. Because it's more involved, is to get the test build out, right? Distribute it to everyone, get some feedback. Hello, Sonic. Welcome in. I hope you're having a good Thursday. Right, so we already have a lot of that sort of built on the game side of things, right? We have the level, so theoretically it shouldn't take that much effort? Question mark. To get out and distribute. Well, sounds good as long as you can make it to the weekend. No need to sleep deprive yourself. So that is what I would really, like I said, that is sort of the baseline goal. It would not be a lot to accomplish for the entire year, but these are sort of, given the amount of progress that we've been achieving so far, it's something that I feel like that is a reasonable thing to shoot for. The gold medal would be to actually go in and do some original animation, right? We've got the pre-built ones that we pulled from Unreal's library, which is a good start. A lot of them will need modification to make them more fitting to Jordan's character and sort of the environments that we're working with. But then there's also going to be stuff that she needs to be able to do that the library is not going to cover, right? Namely, throwing the book. That's going to be a big one, just throwing and interacting with the book in general. So we're going to need to figure out how to structure an animation from the ground up, as well as modify the ones that we have in the library. So that's the gold medal. And then the platinum medal, which is, you know, going super above and beyond, crazy level bullshit, is to actually like get all the way out of pre-production and get into a production phase, which sounds like a monumental leap from the previous tiers of accomplishment, because it kind of is, but in a way I don't feel like it actually is that far to go, right? If we get good feedback on the test build, you know, we sort of figure out where the gaps are, plug those holes, then I think we're basically at a point where what we would really need to start doing is just sort of figuring out like what the puzzle design is going to be and shift into actually like making the stuff that is going to go into the game rather than building the systems for it. I think the systems are largely there. We just need to sort of figure out what's left to do. So it is a lot to do. And I think the big reason that the bronze and silver tiers aren't that big in terms of like the sheer quantity of stuff to make is because the momentum to get it going is going to be the real challenge, right? It is a big boulder, so getting it to start rolling is going to be hard, but once we get it rolling, I don't think it's going to be that hard to hit those targets. That's kind of what I feel about that. And then of course the other thing that I've been talking about is the quote-unquote new model. Like I said, the amount of improvements and upgrades that I'm thinking about doing are pretty comparable to the changes between version 1 and version 2 that I did a while back. So I'm willing to call it a version 3, but you know, it's not going to be like a complete redesign or throwing out the existing model. It's going to be upgrading it substantially, pretty substantially. Hopefully, we'll figure it out. So yeah, the bronze tier is to update everything that we currently have, right? Just improved movement, improved expressions, just bring everything up to the version 3 standard. Silver is the new outfit that will come along with it, and the new hand toggles. I want to have a few extra things that I can express myself with. So I think both of those are on track. I'm not too worried about getting all that done. Gold, I threw new emotes in as something. I'm not sure about that one. I'm not sure what gold is. I don't know what else I would really add to the model itself, but I feel like if we're gonna, typically when people release, a new model, they do something along with it, right? They have some new background or something or other to go along with it. So I feel like that would be appropriate. I don't know what that would be. So I just kind of threw that in more as a placeholder than anything. And the platinum target would be, in addition to the new model, at some point this year, making a chibi model. Because I don't have one of those. And I kind of want one. I've thought about doing one for a while. And it seemed like it would be appropriate. Right? So it's not really a target for the model itself. It's more sort of in addition to everything else. Over here in the community tab, we've got a movie night. So, talked about this a little bit before. I still need to pull you guys and figure out when would be an appropriate time to do one of these, but bronze tier would just be to try it out with everyone and see how it goes and see how we feel, right? Silver, which I think would be reasonable if the first one goes well, would be to do multiple movies. And then the gold tier would be to do like an entire show, namely free rent. I'm thinking free rent because free rent is kind of the best. But, open to options potentially. And then social media. My favorite. I love social media. I love... What's wrong, Jack? Oh, right, you don't like free rent. So the bronze tier for social media is to put out a commissions price guide. Like I was talking about, started listening to Ivy and her community talking about it. It's like, okay, even if I'm not saying these are the exact prices that you can expect for getting a commission from me of various qualities, it would still help people to understand if I want to get something from this person, this is how much I might expect to spend. Which will make it easier for them to plan out and decide if they want to go ahead with it. Which could well result in me actually getting more than 1 or 2 commissions a year. Which would be neat. So I feel like that, again, is kind of a low effort thing that I probably should have already done. So that's why it's bronze tier. Silver tier is looking at doing a minimum of 1 post per week, right? Not including schedules or go live notifications. You know, whether it's posting art, sharing interesting things that I found on other websites, reposting, right? Just something to create sort of a regular cadence of here's stuff that I'm looking at, stuff that I'm interested in, stuff that I'm doing. It's one of the really unfortunate things about social media, and that's, you know, everything from Blue Sky to Instagram to YouTube to TikTok, is consistency is really important to make the algorithm happy. So, you know, I'm keeping that target low. I'm not saying I'm gonna do a ton of it, but just, you know, some days it might be like, I was thinking about this thing, and I think it's interesting, and I wanted to say it. I couldn't really think of a gold or platinum tier for that, just because I feel like that's kind of a good place to start, right? Just like, let's do something really simple, really basic, and just sort of get comfortable with putting out content at a regular cadence. And then depending on how that goes, maybe later in the year we can revisit the target, or next year we can set a goal with more meat to it. But first steps. And then the last section is personal stuff. Like I was saying, I felt a little bit silly listening to Faye talk about some of her goals and realizing I had never, like, it had not crossed my mind to do personal well-being goals for New Year's. It was all just like objectives of stuff to do, like for the stream and whatnot. And I was like, oh right, I should take care of myself somewhere in here. So the top of the list is doctor visits and medical stuff. Actually, so this was one of my goals for 2025, and I was partially successful with it, right? I did set up appointments, you know, but on Blue Sky, tagging is more important than consistency. I should figure out how to tag on Blue Sky, because yeah, the whole hashtag system, it seems it is more something on Twitter. I do not see people hashtagging on Blue Sky, which means there's some other means of assigning that. I need to look into it. Learn to tag on Blue Sky. There we go. So yeah, I saw a few different doctors, right? Saw a dentist, found a general doctor. Wasn't super happy with, but I'm gonna, you know, give it one more meeting just to see if it was, you know, a bad first impression. So yeah, bronze tier is just to continue to follow up with those, follow up with physical therapy that I started at the end of the year, and just sort of continue to work on those categories. So silver is to finish out the list, right? The remaining sort of categories of medical coverage that I didn't finish last year, find a doctor and get those taken care of. And then gold tier, I put this in another one because it is such a fucking pain in the ass to do, is to find a therapist. I feel like general practitioner, general doctor, and therapist are the two that you need to have the best rapport with. Other stuff, because it's so specialized, it's kind of like, all right, well, I'm not going to see you as often probably, but you know, the sort of first line doctor that you're going to see for regular examinations and sort of as a first line of contact, it's like, yeah, this should be a good person that you can get along with well. And then therapy obviously is like, you're going to have a very personal connection with this person, obviously on a professional level, but still, like, they're gonna be working with you on you. So you need to be comfortable with that and with them. So finding a therapist is really hard, and obviously all of the good therapists are not taking any more patients because they're really good and people know that they're good, so they're already booked or double booked or triple booked. So like, part of the silver tier is to look for a therapist, but I put it into its own category because I recognize that could be something that ends up taking a lot of effort and a lot more time than other doctors would. And then the other stuff on here is kind of just not taking better care of myself, but taking more consistent care of myself. What I mean by that is, you know, I already exercise 3 times a week, which, you know, I tell my doctors about that, and they're like, that sounds really good. You know, I think they're used to trying to get people to exercise at all, and so hearing that someone has a routine already is like, cool, that's good. The problem that I still struggle with is it's very binary, I guess you could say, right? Like, I am sitting at my desk working on art or working on work or playing games or watching streams, or I'm exercising, and there's like very little in between, right? For a while at my old place, I had my work computer like propped up on top of a box, so I could kind of use it as a standing desk, and that was kind of nice. You know, it just gave me a little bit more mobility. I could kind of move around while I was working. But with my current setup, that really doesn't work. It doesn't make sense. So I'm just sitting. I'm sitting a lot. Probably doesn't help the other problems. But yeah, essentially, and I didn't put tiers on these because I didn't get that far, but essentially it's just like, I don't feel like I necessarily need to exercise more or push myself harder, right? But more just like consistently taking stretch breaks, taking eye breaks, hydrating, you know, not just like going without water for 6-hour stints and then just like chugging a liter of water to make up for it, right? It's like, no, just drink water at regular intervals, right? The body does not like dramatic swings in either direction. It likes consistency. So yeah, I don't have really tiers on here. It's more just sort of a reminder to just like regularly throughout the day sort of check in and moderate myself and make sure that I'm doing some, not even like full-on physical activity, but just like movement and self-care. I put skincare on there just because I found that I've been like I don't know. Over the holiday, the little cabin, the Airbnb that we were staying at, had this like bottle of lotion in the bathroom that smelled really good. It smelled like vanilla. I love vanilla. Um, and so I would just like put on a little bit on my face, and I don't know that it actually made an effect or had any significant effect, but I felt better about it. I felt better like looking at myself when I did that. It's like I felt I looked better. So I don't know. It's a bit of a mental thing. I'm just like taking care of myself more than I am right now. The other one that I didn't include on this list, but I think I want to try doing. I guess I'll go ahead and. Oh no, wait! I did put it on. Is not wearing pajamas all day. So I work remotely, and there are a lot of times where I don't have anything that's going to get me out of the house all day. So I will get out of bed and I will get dressed in just like casual house clothing or pajamas, and that'll just kind of be it for the entire day. Which, you know, is fine, but it sort of goes back into that mental thing, right? Of like, how much am I sort of engaging with the day as opposed to just sort of autopiloting through it? It's not necessarily going to really change anything, but I feel like there is a bit of a mental effect of like, oh, I'm actually sort of getting up and getting ready to do whatever is going to happen today, as opposed to just sort of throwing some stuff on and being like, yeah, good enough. No one's going to see me anyway, so what does it matter? So, yeah, I'm gonna play around with that one. I remember hearing about this one person back during the dark times of 2020 that, you know, was working remotely because everyone was, or as many people as could manage to were. But what she did was she would, you know, finish her work, she would finish her work day, and then leave her house or apartment, I think it was apartment, and just like go out for a short walk, because like it just helped her mental state of being to have that like physical separation, that act of leaving the workspace and going home. Even though physically they were the same space, she could still like mentally treat them as more distinct from each other, which I always thought was really interesting. I think CGP Grey did a video around the same time talking about like creating distinctly physical spaces within your room or your apartment or your house, of being like, this is going to be for this purpose, and I'm not going to let myself do multiple activities in the same space, right? Like my eating space is not going to be my recreation space, etc., which I am 100% guilty of. So I'm not gonna set a goal like that high. I know myself better than that, but I do think a little bit of like a more engagement, even if it is something as simple as like getting properly dressed for the day. I don't know. I want to try it out and see if it does anything for me. I made a fourth section just because I wasn't sure if I was going to come up with anything. I did not. But I think this is already a good list. So yeah, probably clean this up, maybe make a couple of minor adjustments. Maybe I'll post it online, maybe I won't. But yeah, that's kind of, I just wanted to share that. I thought it was an interesting little exercise. I really like this like tiered objective system. I'm not just being like, I'm gonna go 100% until I slip up, and then I'm just gonna abandon the entire thing, right? Like, okay, we'll have sort of low-hanging fruit goals, above and beyond levels, etc. I don't know, maybe I'll put the aspirations in here, because why not? I'm actually gonna make one more. Come back to that one later. Yeah, I'd be interested if you guys have any sort of things that you're considering that you might look at for the year ahead. But that's enough rambling for me. Why don't we go ahead and jump on in? We've got a drawing that we made a good amount of progress last time, Tuesday, that it was. I'm still not 100% on it, but I think it is in a spot now that we can at least sort of figure out what's going on with it, right? Figure out what exactly we want to do. I'm just grabbing my stream deck. It's not actually one. It's like one, but it's not. It's just my phone. I think I generally want to long term. Yeah, I think that's fair. I'm setting out like targets for the entire year can feel very daunting. A lot of the stuff that I wrote down was already, stuff that I had in mind to do in one way or another. But it's helpful, just to sort of put everything on paper or on screen, as the case may be. Not just sort of leave it floating ambiguously around to get forgotten about. I'm pretty sure there were a couple of things that I forgot to put on the list. One thing that I deliberately did not aim to do was say like, oh, I'm gonna do even more drawings than last year, right? Or try and set. I know I was talking about, I think it is important to set quantifiable goals, and I think that's true. But, if many of my other goals come to fruition, right? If I get the game dev going again, if I work on more model stuff, etc., I'm probably going to have less time to draw, which means I would not achieve that goal. And then I would be like, oh, I didn't do it, I should. So I tried to stay away from doing specific things like that. Just because I kind of knew like those sorts of goals might end up backfiring. And I didn't want to set myself up for that. Actually, here, let's do this. A thought occurs. I know, dangerous business, those. So I was talking about aspirations. So we're gonna do travel, and we're gonna do figure drawing classes. This has been a long time since I did any in-person figure drawing. I think the last time was like 2018? It's probably 2018, because I definitely haven't done anything since the dark times. Where I went to grad school had, figure drawing that we would take as part of the curriculum. And then even once you graduated, for a while, officially, they were like, yeah, come back, take classes. I think it was for like 2 years or something after you graduated. You were still sort of welcome to come and take like ad hoc classes or something. You could drop in on the figure drawing sessions and everything. And even after that, if you like knew people at the school, they could just kind of let you in and you could just show up. And nobody really like cared that much about it. To the figure drawing, not to, classes themselves. But I think I'm a little bit past that window. So I would need to figure out where I could go to do figure drawing. But I do think it would definitely be worth it, because anatomy and form is still a bit of a weak area. I get complimented a lot for my lighting and rendering and attention to detail, which I'll take it, but I think anatomy is still sort of an undercooked aspect of the way that I do things, and could definitely stand to be leveled up. And frankly, I can look at all the anatomical diagrams and photo reference that I want, but nothing beats looking at a person in real life. Nothing is going to help you understand and level up faster than live figure drawing. So I'm not even necessarily going to put like tiers or categories on those, just because I feel like there's a lot that would be involved in them. But I'm going to make a note of those, of like, oh yeah, I should really see about doing them this year. I think it would be good for myself. Here's getting there. My hair is simultaneously long and not. And figuring that out is interesting. One of the other things that Faye was pointing out when she was talking about her goals and, you know, sort of the advice of goals, which I think is a really good one, is to not set goals for yourself that you don't actually control, right? Like, well, one of the ones that she brought up was, you know, not to sort of goal of like, oh, I'm going to, you know, do like vendor work, or, you know, have a table at however many conventions this year, you know, because that's not something that you decide on. You know, if you're looking for work, to say, well, you know, this year I'm gonna have a dozen interviews for jobs. It's like, well, I hope you do. But ultimately, you know, that's not something that you have the ability to decide. You can say, I'm going to apply X number of times this year. But, you know, you're setting yourself up for, frankly, for disappointment. You know, if you're setting like a really hard target for something and you don't have any ability to actually control whether it's going to happen or not. You know, even something like, okay, you know, I'm gonna run a long D&D campaign, right? Like a year-long D&D campaign. It's like, that's a really cool ambition. Real life is at the door and they want to talk to you. Like how much this is hooking. Yeah, I'm sure there's a way that you could like turn that into a goal that you have more agency over. but just sort of saying outright, it's like, I'm gonna do this thing, even though it's really not like your call to make, is a great way to create a goal that you're going to be disappointed in later. I'm putting way too much time into the hair right now, considering how much still needs to be, like, resolved. I just kind of wanted to figure out how I wanted to go about that part. I think it's gonna work. So we can move on for now. I was looking at this for a second, like, what the, why is it shelved like this? I think it's because of the, all of the stuff that we were doing with the arms last time. Erasing and moving stuff around and whatnot, I think kind of created this, like, really harsh line between the areas we were working in and the areas we weren't. You know? I thought of something that I kind of wish we had done over the holidays. I'll have to message my family later and be like, damn it, guys. We didn't do this. I don't want to be specific about it because I don't want to dox anybody. I won't. I was gonna say it and then I was like, you know, I probably shouldn't. Actually, best not. Best not. find them a bit better. Probably gonna continue to work on these arms more as we go. I'm just not gonna focus on them too much tonight, just with how much time we spent on them before. Hello, what was that? The other thing we can do is brighten this up a little bit. I think that's too much. Yeah, something more like that maybe? This week. Oopsie. It's hard, right? Because you get into a group that you're comfortable with and you don't mind like sharing information, and you kind of forget that you're online and you don't necessarily know everybody who's seeing the things that you're saying. And then you're like, oh, wait, uh-oh, uh-oh, uh-oh. Abort mission! But it's too late. They've seen everything. To the side. Yeah, and sometimes you say stuff that you don't like initially think is doxing, and then you're like, wait, oh, uh-oh. You realize that it's like too specific of a location or something. Or too specific of information. Like anytime I share photos from a bike ride or something, you know, I try to make sure that I don't include any street signs or specific landmarks that would make you go, oh, it's right here. Right? Try to make it relatively difficult for geoguessers. I mean, there's the one guy who can just like look at the color of the dirt and be like, oh, and get it within like a mile radius, but look, my techniques are not going to be wizard proof. I'm not that good. And I don't share any of those photos to a wider group, right? I don't just post them on the internet and be like, how about you? Especially these days, because any random person could take the photos that I post and be like, Grok, put tits on this bike trail. I accidentally doxed myself via PayPal before because when sending money apparently required the address for the account It's in by default unless you check a box. Why? Why is that the default? I do remember that. Like, once I started to using it for commissions, I was a lot more like, okay, what is actually getting sent here? Oh, a lot. Oh, way too much. Let's just walk all of that back. Also, it's nice that you can like set up an invoice. Well, I say I'm trying to use PayPal less and less. But it is nice that you can like set up an invoice, which gives you a lot of control over the information that you send. Unfortunately, I need to change some of the contact info on my Venmo because it is definitely not internet friendly. You know, it makes a lot of sense if I'm just like sending, or if I'm sending money between friends, but if I'm gonna start using Venmo for commission work and such, then I gotta make it a little bit more internet savvy. That's a good thing. Just give the thighs a little bit more volume, a little bit more dimensionality. One second, just gonna check something. Okay. I was watching Jin do her Fall Fantasy Savage rating earlier and just sort of trying to keep an eye on if they get the clear. They're really close. I feel like they could definitely do it tonight. I'm not built for that. I was watching them do it. I'm like, I don't know what the fuck is going on here. So I wish them luck, but this is clearly beyond me. You know what? That's okay. I'm sure if I put as much time into it as they do, I could pick it up and get better at it. It is not something that you can just go in and sight read. I mean, what most people do is wait for the guides to come out, right? So the world racers and top tier raiders and whatnot will go in and they'll just figure that shit out, right? They'll just go in and like parse each mechanic line by line and then sort of figure out how to do the fight. But then, you know, the top tier raiders, a lot of them tend to be content creators as well, or, you know, some portion of them are. So they'll go and then they'll make guides, and then the rest of us go watch the guides to understand what the mechanics are and how to clear them. You might say, but Kaga, if someone else is solving the problems, then what's the actual challenge of beating the run? The challenge is actually understanding what to do. It's like, okay, you understand the theory, now do it. And that can be, that alone can still be hours of work. Just like learning how to read the mechanic, how to respond, how to move, how to maintain your uptime, your damage output. Just because someone has explained how the mechanic works doesn't mean you understand the mechanic. I've been very impressed watching them progress the fight and watching them go through, because yesterday they had just cleared the 4th of the 5 fights. And then basically, because it was getting late, they just kind of threw themselves bodily at the final fight just to see as much of it as they could, but they weren't doing a lot of like analysis or anything, which is fair. But you know, watching them today, it's like, wow, they picked that one up pretty quickly, and they were getting through some of those mechanics really fast. Yeah, I agree. They definitely have more patience to sit down and figure it out and work through it and practice than I do. I always feel like with stuff like that, you know, everyone has the thing that they like, right? They have the thing that they're passionate about, the thing that they engage with, the thing that will hold their attention and that they have the patience for. It's not going to be the same thing for everyone, but you know, I think everyone has something that does hold true for them, you know? Okay, I think that's working. Looking pretty good anyway. Hey, Lucid. Happy Thursday. I hope you're doing well. Welcome in. dinner while I was picking up my car. I don't think it was enough. I might need to get more food after stream. Just a little snack or something. Some toast. No toast and tea. What? No snack before bed. It's good for what ails you. There we go. There we go. An early day and tomorrow. Oh, nice. Long weekend. Good shit. Well, hopefully it's a long weekend. I don't know. Hopefully a day went well. Despite the early hour of it. I have such a hard time dragging myself out of bed early. I hate doing it. You know, the car place, what they set up basically, what they ask you to do is, you know, so like my appointment was today. So the two options were I could drop my car off before 9 o'clock this morning, right? Like the drop off window was 5 o'clock to 9 o'clock this morning, or I could drop it off between like 6 and 9:30 last night. So I went last night because I was like, I am not going to get out of bed, get in my car, drive through morning traffic, drop it off, and take the bus home all before my morning stand-up meeting. It's not happening. I don't know. I think if I really needed to, like there was something, it's like this is just what I gotta do. I can do that once in a while. I just really don't like it. And if I have alternatives, I will take the alternatives. I'm not a morning person. If you guys are, I have nothing but respect. I am just not there with you. I will not be out there with you. Well, Mage, you're stronger than I am. I'll probably be able to get up a little bit earlier once summer rolls around again and it's brighter and warmer. And it's not like, oh, my bed is so comfy and warm and the room is not. The world outside is dark and cold and my bed is warm. Yeah, and yet you do it anyway, and I respect that. Okay. Pants. 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 What am I doing? What am I doing? It's actually a really important question. I ask myself that every day, and I still don't have an answer. Yeah. I didn't have to maintain a work schedule. Well, let me say this. I know I would revert to being a night owl if I didn't have real life obligations. Like, anytime I go on an extended vacation, my sleep schedule starts drifting later and later. So I know where it's gonna go. If it were up to me. You know, my work, our core work hours are 10 to 3. And then we're expected to put in 8 a day. Right? So if you want to do it early, that's okay. If you want to do it late, that's okay. As long as you are there for, you know, the during the 5 hours, which is sort of when everyone is available. Which I think is reasonable enough. I was supposed to wake up earlier today to pick up an order for the store. I was up at 8. I hadn't gotten up, I blinked, and it was 9:30. Oh, I hate those. I hate when you just like nod off for a second and then you're gone. The other ones I hate, which even happened today, is when for some reason, I woke up at like 6 o'clock. And my brain just started going brrrr, and I couldn't fall back asleep. So I think I ended up dozing a little bit in there. But you know, I got to sort of a point where it's like, okay, this is a good time I can get up. I can get started on work early, which means I can clock out early. It'll give me a good window to, you know, I can either take a long lunch or I can clock out early, you know, etc., etc. Let's get up. Let's get up. You know, stop browsing your phone and get up. It took me like another half hour to drag my dumbass out of bed. Sucked. It doesn't make sense as logic. They just want us to be there because. Like, even asked if it was in case we have questions about work, but they haven't even. Yeah, I hate when people just make rules as a sense of, I don't know, to feel important, to establish control. As you say, if there were a reason, like, for us it makes sense, you know, these are the hours when everyone is online regardless of time zone, when we, you know, schedule our meetings, and we just want everyone to be there and be available. It's like, okay, yeah, fine, makes sense. But yeah, if it's just, like, because we said to, it's like, okay, well, when you come up with an actual goddamn reason, let me know and I'll be there. Until then, you can eat a bag of dicks. Trying to establish the water line in the hair a little bit. Pull it off a bit. It's getting there, I think. I do think we're probably going to need to revisit the arms a bit more, but like the overall look of it, pretty happy with. One thing I want to do though, I think our shading, particularly on the clothing, is getting too dark. I think rather than have it shift darker and darker like it's currently doing, I want to sort of let it shift more into the water tones. Something like that. Because right now it's just getting super contrasty and there's nothing really explaining that. One thing I've really enjoyed, I've enjoyed a lot of things about this whole skin tone thing that we've been experimenting with over the last few months and developing. But one of the things that has been really nice about it is it sort of allows for a lateral change in tone that isn't value dependent, right? So you have like the sort of mid-tone or albedo, you have the highlights, and you have the shaded areas. But now, because we have the subsurface stuff, you know, it lets us sort of create a layer in the gradient that isn't controlled by just making it darker. So, you know, the actually shaded areas don't need to be as dark because we can have more steps before we get all the way into like full shading, full darkness. You know, I still like to have some amount of like occluded areas where it's still, you know, quite dark, at least in comparison, but not nearly as much as we were getting before. Yeah, it feels a bit better. I think if we're gonna have this be in the water, it needs to be in this tone. Also, at some point, I should probably actually come in here and, you know, separate the fingers out from each other, but we'll get there. Howdy, Teashel. Happy Thursday. It's getting there. It's kind of slow going, but we're figuring it out. A little bit at a time. How are you doing? How's your week treating you? It is weird because we're simultaneously dealing with, you know, the water line, which is going to be very, you know, it's either there or it's not. It's underwater or it's above water. And then the shading is going to be a lot of softer tones, sort of going up and down. Sort of figuring out which one is controlling which plane, which region. Trying to keep it straight in my head. I'm going, having a mini cold. Oh, I'm sorry. Finished a sword? Like blacksmithing? Tisha, I need to know more now. Okay, but you know I want to see that, right? Even if it's like a wooden prop sword, that's still really cool. GDQ. You know, they do prizes that people submit. You know, so people like voluntarily make prizes and send them in as incentives for, you know, people. It's like, oh, you know, you bid during this period, you hit the dollar threshold, and you will be entered into the raffle for this prize, along with your donation going to charity. You know, so just something to help sort of sweeten the deal and you know, make people inclined to donate when they might otherwise not be. But some of the prizes that are up this year are, I think right now there's like woodcraft weapon replicas from Expedition 33. I think one of the grand prizes is like a fully metalcraft needle and what's the name of Hornet's weapon? I know the needle is from, or no, the nail is Hollow Knight and the needle is Silksong, I want to say. But yeah, it's one of each of those. I need to keep a closer eye on the submission window for GDQ because I would love to make something for them. I don't think a digital drawing isn't gonna do much. You know, maybe if I could get it printed out, but I think that would still be kind of weird for a prize. Need to figure out sort of. The actual prize window is pretty short. I think the one for this week, the prize window ended on like December 20th. By short, I mean you can submit prizes pretty close to when the actual event is. But I would need to go. I would actually need to keep an eye on it. I've never been quite sure on the process for that. Because, you know, I feel like they always have prizes that are related to the games that are being played, right? I have to assume some of them, they like reach out to people and go, hey, would you be interested in making a prize? Like, we're going to have this run. Would you be interested in doing something for it? Like, the fact that there are Expedition 33 prizes available. I guess the thing that I'm getting at is I don't know how much people that make prizes for GDQ are aware of the games that are going to be there prior to starting to make something for it. You know, some stuff is like, okay, there's almost definitely going to be something Pokemon related. There's going to be something Metroid related, something Zelda related. Right, there are certain games and franchises that are just kind of mainstays and you can be confident in their presence at the event, but then, you know, some stuff is so specific. It's like you would have had to have seen the schedule before you made a prize specifically for that, right? This might be kind of weird, but I kind of have a dream of making a game that makes it onto the GDQ stage. Like making a game that even if it's not particularly good, because they do have the awful block, but making a game that people enjoy, that somebody enjoys enough to speedrun it, and then does well enough that they can submit it and it gets accepted to GDQ. I don't know, like, to me that is a real, like, that's a badge of honor. And then not only that, like, not only do they care that much to learn how to speedrun the game, but then they're taking the thing that I made and putting it towards the goal of helping people, the goal of raising charity money. They're using it as a force for good, and that would be very humbling. Yeah, there's the channel for you, for people's artwork. So there's the your artwork or something to that effect, and then there's the appreciation. If you want to put into your artwork, that would be good. What's that, Ali? Hello, Ali. Hello, Raiders. Welcome in, everyone. Welcome in, welcome in, welcome in. For those of you who do not know, my name is Chisei Kaiga. I'm a Jupiter Brain Cell VTuber. I hang out with the chooms and I make art and I play games. And we try to have a chill time and just take it easy. How are y'all doing? How was your stream? Happy New Year, by the way. Let me do one of these real quick. What were you up to today? Persona 5. How's that going? How's that going for you? Are you making lots of wins? Because you're a streamer. I am the streamer! If, Ali, if you or any of your raiders have 4 people, nice, you got a full light party. I think that means you can go kill God now. I tried to play Persona 4 way back in the day, like back on the PS2. I liked it, it was good, but I was busy with a little thing called college, and yeah, I didn't finish it. I don't know, RPGs are hard to make time for. I never even picked up 5. Maybe one day. If I can finish Baldur's Gate 3 and Expedition 33, and I feel like there's at least one other, maybe I'll get around to Persona. One day. Surely. Surely. Well, I'm glad you're enjoying it. Glad you're having fun. I really appreciate the raid. I appreciate you thinking of me. Thinking of us. Coming by to say hello. You and all the raiders are very welcome to hang out. We're just working on some art tonight. First art piece for the year. But if you gotta do any post-stream care, wash up, get something to eat, something to drink, do some stretches, get some rest, whatever you gotta do. Please, please do take care of yourself. But you're welcome to hang out if you wish to. So 2, and then college to unbeat it. Or I didn't take college seriously. Oh, that's one way to go about it. Honestly, kind of understandable. To be fair, I got my bachelor's, but I didn't kill God, so who's the real winner here? Oh, Allie, we were talking earlier about goals for the year. Not New Year's resolutions. I don't believe in those. Those are dumb. But like stuff that you're aiming to do. Goals for the year, aspirations. Something more tangible, you know what I mean? Did you pass the class? Barely. But I definitely passed this speech check to beat the final boss. Trying to think how many bosses there are that you can actually win through diplomacy. I know Mass Effect has a boss that you can skip the first phase with a diplomacy check. But I don't think you can't beat the entire game. I'll finally sit down and learn how to drop. Ooh, that's exciting. I mean, I'm definitely not biased when I say you should do it. Quantum Vegas has a big final battle which can be avoided by basically bluffing your way to. Oh, you're right! I do remember that. That's really good. And that's why Obsidian is the GOAT. I have a soft spot for Obsidian. I like them as a company. I think they do really good work. I think they just get the shortest end of the stick a lot of the time. Yeah, I don't know. Picking up creative pursuits, in my opinion, is always a good idea. It is always something worth trying to do. If you have any questions or are looking for any feedback on stuff that you do, I would be happy to take a look at it. Either wish to post it in the exclamation point Discord. Actually, Nightbot already took care of it. Thank you, Nightbot. Or whatever the case may be. I'm always happy to see people trying their hand at something. It's always important, especially with new things, to remember the timeless words of Jake the dog that sucking at something is the first step to being kinda good at something. I think a lot of times, people see other artists or musicians or, photographers, cosplayers, whatever. They see people that are very experienced at something. I'm not trying to puff myself up here or anything, but, like you go on social media or whatever, you see this art that you really like, and you're like, wow, I want to do that, and then you try and do it, and it doesn't turn out the same way. It's like, yeah, dude, because you just started. Give yourself some grace. No, stop. You're too sweet. You're too sweet. I actually like that. It's pretty good. A little bit more. More! No, I love the color blending. I will make one suggestion. I will make one bit of unsolicited advice, but I do think it is important. Putting alarm being contemplated ain't it just? I feel like it's a good way to start the year, though. Just go float for a little while and think about not thinking. So, my unsolicited art advice is to start by not doing digital. Digital has a degree of separation that I think is detrimental to fundamental learning. I think having the maximum amount of tactile feedback is much more helpful. I fucking started in 4th grade by drawing doodles in my science notebook. That was where I started, like, regularly, habitually drawing. And then just kind of eventually graduated to, like, dedicated sketchbooks. And I don't think I actually got a drawing tablet until high school. But when I went back to grad school to really, like, hone in and become a quote-unquote professional artist, yeah, I would say all of the classes that were the most beneficial in terms of fundamental technique were traditional art classes, right? Live figure drawing, oil painting, clay sculpture. The digital classes were very important. I learned a lot of trade techniques. I learned how to do, like, high poly sculpting and digital drawing and whatnot, but my digital art improved way more from the stuff that I learned from oil painting than the stuff that I learned in my illustration classes. I learned a lot of good things about like composition and whatnot. Composition, subject balance, etc. But like color theory and light theory and all of that mostly came from painting. I think that kind of shows in the way that I do a lot of my work now. The other really beneficial thing about it is, much like with streaming or anything else, it's really easy to just sort of look at, okay, well, I want to do this. And then you look at what other people do. It's like, okay, I'm going to buy like a $300 drawing tablet so that I can get started with this. And then you try it for a little while and you're like, I don't think this is for me. Right? I don't like this. I don't like the way that I'm approaching this. And now you're out all of that money, up front, as opposed to getting like a notebook and a pencil costs you, it shouldn't cost you more than $15, right? Or just grabbing some printer paper and a pencil and just get started that way, right? I'm not gonna worry too much about the highlights right now. Just want to sort of start in on it. I haven't saved in a minute. If y'all are working on something, you should save your progress. Control us on the page. Well, if you write the cool S on the paper, I do believe that puts a protective word that makes it resistant to damage. I think I mentioned this before, but I have this idea for like a magic system in an RPG or a story. Yes, clappies for the cool ass. The ancient runes. Oh, they cleared it? Hang on, I gotta go check. I gotta go check. Why are you frozen? Stop fucking freezing. Oh, they got it! Holy shit, 122 polls. God damn. Oh, good for them, man. Oh, that's great. Oh, is pull your trigger word? I'm sorry. Is that your sleeper activations? No, Jin was doing the Savage racing on her Fall Fantasy account. Oh no, that's even worse. I feel like that would be one of those, like, people happy, people despair dichotomies of, like, clearing a gacha in 120 pulls versus beating a raid in 120 pulls. I feel like most gachas, the pity system kicks in at a way higher number, so being able to finish in 120 feels good. I'm pretty sure there have been Warframes that I've done over 120 relics and not gotten them. Yeah. Yeah, that's fair. Damn! Ray said don't. Yep, it looked exactly at that and was just like, the fuck you mean? Congrats to the Victorian children.
Oh, true. We have to farm this for your mom.
What? It's a hell of a moment to unmute for. Yes, I occasionally play Warframe. Not a ton. Every time I end up playing it, I don't know, I hate the grind. I hate the fucking grind. The story is pretty cool, the world's good, the gameplay is great, but I just get so sick of repeating the same missions over and over. Well, Mage, I appreciate you supporting the endeavors of scientific pursuit. Hypothesis. Will this phrase that got auto-modded get auto-modded again if I use it as an example? Conclusion. Yes. Oh wow, you've been playing a long time. I joined when they announced Railjacks because I was like, motherfucking spaceships! And I wanted it. It was like, what, 2019? Something like 2019. Maybe 2018. It sure does. Well, it lacks the ability to understand context. I don't know how you would give it that. So, I suppose, I don't know. I suppose in general, I prefer it to be overly sensitive rather than it let through things that it should not have. I think that's fine. You know, it would be less of an issue if I actually had a moderator to allow things, but I generally don't need one. I know, you'd think by this point I would have needed a moderator, but I don't know, chat's generally pretty chill. I have not had an incident that required additional hands. Of course, now that I've said that, someone's gonna fuck around. I appreciate it, Mage. You've got enough modding on your plate, though. But I will keep it in mind if the day comes when the courage of men fails. I don't know what you mean. I wish I could find it again, but it was before and after of watching a stream before you're a mod, and yeah, it's just somebody like laying in bed sideways watching it on their phone, just being super comfy, and then after becoming a mod they're sitting at the desktop with like the reflective cop shades on and a cigar and a double chin. Her butt chin just being like, I'm watching you. Contemplation. Did I scan something disorderly? Everything is disorderly. Yay! Yes, I see. Automod is the fan of that philosophy. There'll be no one to report your crimes if no one is left to report them. I'm watching you, Wazowski. Always watching. better. Look, I think we've all dated ourselves fairly substantially at this point. It's fine. Hang on, I just gotta say one more time.
All this heritage fucking with it.
Oh, I
What
get
is
to
this
hear
with
that.
you?
How
Like
would
a
be a
fucking
living
sniper
memory?
rifle.
Oh,
Yeah, you're right, living.
I feel ancient every time I remember as old as the Lion King pages. Yeah, that sounds about right. I don't remember the exact date, but it's close enough. Fucking love Lion King. Okay, I'm feeling better about the drawing. I think we'll save. We might get into the background a little bit, but I think we're making a lot of good progress on the character, and I kind of do want to just focus on that tonight. VHS was 95. When did Lion King come out? If you give me the fucking... Okay, good. You gave me the actual one. 94. Okay, so it took about a year. Well, for movies at the time, that checks. Back in the olden days, when theatrical runs actually meant something. My bones! Oh, you just reminded me of the DVD rewinders. Oh no! Someone saw an opportunity and they ran with it. Yeah, I might be misremembering, but I feel like part of the reason that people made the move to CDs and DVDs was because they were argued to last longer. Like a CD would have better longevity than, you know, a vinyl or a VHS, which, you know, sort of degraded with every use. He's like, these are great for long-term storage. It's like, man, CDs fucking melt just leaving them on the shelf. Like, over time, they just degrade in quality by the very virtue of existing. I think it did, which is weird to think about. But I'm also kind of, I don't know. It was a good time period for animation. At that point, we got Aladdin, Lion King, Little Mermaid, Beauty and the Beast, Mulan a few years later. Like, what a good, just stable of movies. We got Toy Story, you know, the advent of Pixar. Even outside of Disney, you know, we got The Iron Giant, The Prince of Egypt. Just a very good period of time. I'm not gonna say Disney has been chasing that high ever since, but I don't know, you look at all the remakes they're doing. I'm still... These arms are still not quite doing it for me. Namely the right arm. I think the left arm is more okay. But the right arm is weird. I'm like, they're doing the pose. Oh, I don't even know what that one was. That was... No, that's not true. I know what it was. It was a mistake. Okay, I think I see part of what's bothering me about this. Perspective of the wrist is off. So it's giving like a weird bending distortion effect. Okay, and then I think on this side, so if we bring the waterline on this arm up farther to sort of give an impression of it being in a different position, whereas this one should probably be more shallow at its point of contact because it's resting more across the body. Something like that. That feels a bit better. I was watching a video recently talking about sort of the old art of miniatures. Not like for tabletop stuff, but like for movies and television and whatnot, right? Sort of showing like how in Lord of the Rings and obviously, you know, the original Star Wars movies and various other sci-fi, how they would use miniatures instead of CGI to accomplish visual effects. And, you know, thankfully, like, they focused a lot in the video on Lord of the Rings. And to their credit, Lord of the Rings did a lot of really cool miniature composition shots, right? So obviously there were like parts of Rivendell that they made so that the characters could walk through it and interact and, you know, actually be in the space, but then all of the sort of vista shots of Rivendell were done using miniatures, and then they were composited to create the right amount of depth. You know, sections of, actually I guess the entirety of Saruman's tower was a miniature, and I think they sort of built it in sections so that they could like do composition shots of the parts of the tower that they wanted to use. They had a miniature of the entirety of Minas Tirith for the like sweeping overhead shots and whatnot. So I think the thing that I sort of push back on is, in my view, people have a bad habit of sort of generalizing it to say like, oh, you know, CGI bad, practical effects good, and that's kind of the extent of the thought. And I think that is overly simplistic. I think it sort of bars the use of a lot of very valuable techniques that also make practical effects and miniatures look better, right? Like being able to comp in the miniatures digitally and layer it with digital effects makes it look better than just trying to shoot it 100% practically. I absolutely agree. There's stuff that, like, if you need it to have a visceral feel or a tactile feel, having a physical object is going to make that far easier than having it trying to produce everything digitally. But just saying like, oh, well, if it's digital, it's bad, is, well, it's stupid. There isn't a better word for it. It's stupid. Why not both? Why not both? Indeed. Like, the only reason to say we don't want to use both is because you're setting a challenge for yourself of this is the toolkit, right? These are the things that we have at our disposal to accomplish the task, and we're going to do it with this and only this, right? If you want to approach your project that way, okay, that's fine. That makes sense. Do that. Go for it. But don't limit it out of some misguided sense of doing something a certain way inherently makes it better. Trying to think. Here. You know what? Let me pull up an example. Let me see if they have... Yeah, here we go. So unfortunately it's a short, and I'm sorry for the format, but it's what it is. So in the top, you have the actual scene that they shot, and you can see, like, all of the people, right, are real, and they have real explosions that are going off. But then you see, like, that one in the back is completely fake. And that one is real. That part where he stumbled over that guy was not planned. That just kind of spontaneously happened. Right? That one's fake. That one was faked. Right, so they have a few where it's like, it makes sense to put this as a practical shot. We're gonna have, you know, careful pyrotechnics and coordination so that nobody gets killed. But then we're also going to composite it with additional effects to get the result that we want to see. Right, and if it doesn't affect it, it's not important to, you know, getting the correct feel and the correct reactions from all of the actors, then does it matter? I saw Christopher Nolan is directing a movie adaptation of The Odyssey, which I was immediately less interested because it's not Epic the Musical, and so it is inherently not as good of a version of The Odyssey as they could be producing, but, you know, that's their loss. But my second thought was, why did you get Christopher Nolan to direct a fantasy epic like The Odyssey? Like, Christopher Nolan is a good director, but one of his hallmarks is making things as physical and practical as he can possibly get away with. And there's just so much stuff in The Odyssey that you can't do that with. And so it's like, I don't feel like this was the right decision. Are we there yet? Are we there yet?
You ask that one more time, I'm throwing you to the fucking sirens.
I am entirely convinced that the Odyssey... Okay, hear me out. Hear me out. Journey to the West and the Odyssey are the same format of story. And One Piece is the modern iteration of both of them. It's just episodic, what happens now? Just basically adventures of the week that sort of roll into each other. Just keep in mind, the Odyssey that we have is the one that was dictated by Homer. It wasn't necessarily the only version that was in circulation, it was the one that survived. And in my mind, it stands to reason that depending where you went, there were other versions of the story that people were telling that had episodes taking place on other islands with other characters, you know, to aggrandize that locale's particular interests or ideas, or to vilify someone else's. And we just happened to get a particular version that got written down, and that's the one that we know. But I imagine, depending on who you ask, the story was quite different, at least in terms of the specifics of what happened where and when. I'm gonna have to work on this hand at some point. Probably gonna be soon, but it's not gonna be right now. Homer Odyssey versus the Honda Odyssey. That's terrible. Cars adaptation, please, God, no, don't give them ideas. We're just gonna lock that one under info hazards and delete it from the collective human consciousness. That one's going in the vault. Cartus. I feel like there's some horrible world where something might actually happen with that. I'm trying to think, does Sony have a racing franchise? Because Microsoft had Forza. Is Gran Turismo Sony? I thought that was also Microsoft. I can't remember. Kingdom Hearts somehow got tied into God of War. It'd be possible to be Zeus and Lightning McQueen at the same time. Well, it's a good thing it won't. Because that's not something that we need. The world is already a dark and confusing enough place. Alright, Allie. I appreciate you hanging out, and thank you again for the raid. It's really sweet of you. I hope you get some really good rest, and I hope you have a really good rest of your week. Everyone say good night. One more team. Was it one more team? Kitty. Kitty, kitty. Meow. Oh God, it was me. I was the cat all along.
Flat?
Thank you, Allie. Sorry, generated out. I had to stop it. Very good. Alright. Anyway, have a good night, Allie. It looks a bit better. This pinky is kind of... The pinky is fucked because the joint, the knuckle is like all the way out there where everything else is back here. It needs to be brought... It basically just needs to be obliterated, is what it needs. Okay, so here's the thing. Here's kind of what I'm thinking, what I'm looking at. Yeah, okay, I see it. I see it. I see it. I see it. So we have two options essentially. We can sort of curl the pinky against the side, right? Which I don't think is going to work super well. So we're not going to do that. What we're going to do instead is sort of let it rest more loosely. Right, so it's going to start about here, and it's going to go out to about here, and then it'll sort of drop down a little bit to about there. It'll still be kind of draped over the side, but compared to the others, it'll be sort of in a looser position. Middle finger, elevate it a little bit just so that it kind of sits apart. Really. And then let's bring the ring finger back in a little bit. Alexa. There we go. That's a bit better. Go like that. Yeah, the occlusion of the water is going to make everything a little bit softer anyway. We don't need, at least right now, we don't need the shading there to be super strong as long as the silhouette is reading clear enough, and I think that's doing better. Okay, I want to do one thing really quickly, just because the background is distracting me a little bit. I just want to knock down the watercolor somewhat. I think right now it is bright enough that it's distracting me. Or like it's not giving a good sense of depth compared to the character. So I want to reduce it some. Yeah, let's do something like that for now. We'll add some areas of little pops of brightness and whatnot. Obviously, we'll have the reflections of the water that I think will help a lot, but I think in general, you know, I want it to feel deeper, which means it's going to be darker. I think part of the response last time that was very bad typo because the eyes. I have special eyes. Alrighty, Mage, sounds good. Appreciate you hanging out. Hope you get some very good rest. I hope you rest your special eyes. We'll see you next time. Everyone say goodnight. Reference. Okay. I'm feeling better about the drawing in general. I think it's looking pretty good. Excuse me. I think it's looking pretty good. I think we're getting much closer to where I want it to be. It's still gonna be a bit of work to get it sitting pretty, sitting good. Let's get some water level on the inside of the legs as well. Don't want to neglect that. Soften that up a bit. Struggling, nice. The struggling builds character. Or something. I don't know. I need to actually work in the striping. Just some of that. Yeah, I think I'm just gonna save most of the background work for next time. And just focus on the character for tonight. Oh, that reminds me, I have Horizon Forbidden West. I bought it during one of the sales. I don't think I have it installed. I need to make sure I have enough room for that. I think I'll need to delete something. I need a new freaking hard drive. I need a dedicated hard drive for my Steam library. Then all my other programs can go somewhere else. Cause this shit ain't working. No. Alrighty, T-Shaw. Appreciate you hanging out. Hope you have a very good rest of your day. A very good start to your weekend. Everyone say goodnight. Okay. I'll probably touch on the gem hand a little bit before we go. Before we wrap things up for the evening. Wrapping on the arm is starting to come in okay, so I'm not particularly concerned about that. what I want to do. I think part of what I wanted to touch on was just to sort of play with, try this. I'm not sure if this is actually going to look good or not, but I wanna give it a shot and see kind of how it feels. Part of the real challenge I find with water in particular, so to sort of step back and overgeneralize a little bit, I think one of the things that many people sort of struggle with whenever they're making art is the sort of inherent initial approach to do things very iconographically, right? So rather than trying to understand the structure of something, they draw something sort of in the shape that they observe, right? I think most people do it, it's very understandable, but it is a habit you kind of need to work your way out of. I think part of the challenge with water in particular is it's very hard to distinguish what actually makes something look like water without sort of making it overly gestural and iconographic. What I'm trying to do here is get that little bit of like refraction that happens around the surface where the water sort of like bends and refracts the light as it comes in contact with something that breaches the surface of the water, right? Not in a super strong way, not in a very aggressive way, but just that little hint of interaction. And not even put it like directly on the line of contact, that little bit off from it where the water sort of like, the surface of the water almost sort of like bends. We're seeing how that looks. But very soft. I don't know if this is actually gonna work. I'm more just trying it out. Actually, we're gonna get rid of this because I'm realizing the way that I've sort of adjusted the water line on the arm. We need to adjust the color on the fingers. These would not be as submerged as I am depicting them now. I think it would be like down to that knuckle. This guy might barely be underwater at all. Yeah, it's a bit better. I'm not sure about that refraction thing, but maybe. Maybe. Part of the other thing is, you know, I don't want to do like an overly wet character. Sounds really weird out of context, but like I don't want to make them like just glistening head to toe, you know, highlights and refractions and everything all over the place, because that's not really how it works, right? You get some beading of water. You get some areas where like the reflection, the color becomes a bit more apparent, but throughout a lot of it, it's very like the effect of wet skin is honestly pretty minimal. You know, we do have some artistic license that we can play it up a bit, but I tend to avoid that if I can help it. Or at least start subtle and then work up as necessary, rather than kind of play it up really strong from the beginning. Good. Get a little bit of light volume back in. Like so. Open that up in here. Very bright. But it shouldn't be. There we go. Good. Trying to get the shape to feel better. There we go. That's a bit better. Okay. Yeah, so like along here. Yeah, we can put some highlights sort of in the usual suspects, right? The nose. And put a little bit extra in some places to make the highlights a bit sharper. I suppose that's kind of a good way to think of it, right? Is you're not adding necessarily a bunch of new highlights where you wouldn't otherwise have them, right? Because a surface being wet does not increase the amount of light that is hitting it. It doesn't increase like the number of surfaces that would refract the light, except for the little, beads of water. But it is going to change the property of the surface that reflects the light. And it's typically, it makes the highlight tighter, sharper. That's how you get those bands of bright reflection. You might see a little bit of it going to crop up along the brown line here. Trying to think. Okay, so we've got get an actual tone in here for the mouth. We're still working off of the line work, and I don't really care for that. Better. Definitely better. Before we wrap up for the night, I want to jump in on the halo because we have Not touched on that at all yet. And it's just starting to look out of place how unfinished it is. Let's give that a little love and attention before we go any farther. Did I? Okay, I did just draw over it. That's fair. That's fine. It's not a big deal. The shape a little bit. What? Yes, I did do this backwards somehow. That's fine, I guess. There we go. Okay, that's a bit better, and then we just round those corners off. That shape's a bit closer to what we want. I'm probably gonna be lazy and just copy this over once I get a decent setup that I'm happy with, just so I don't have to draw it twice. Yeah, I like that. Up here. Perfect. Okay. I'm actually gonna leave a little bit of this sort of subdued color in. Like, it is lit, so it's gonna be a very small amount of it, right? But I do think it serves a purpose to sort of diffuse the edge of the light shell. Maybe I can warm it up a little bit just to sort of reinforce the inherent color of it, like that. Yeah, that's good. That's good. I like that. Give me that. And then let's come back in. This part, more like that. Let's saturate it a bit more. Just get some nice rosy color around the edges. Right? And we can have a hot white center. It's very hot. Back over here and clean this guy up. Nope. You know, looks pretty good. Let's just take all of that. Careful around the hair. And we're gonna flip it because I'm lazy. Interesting. There's a surprising amount of asymmetry here. Nothing that we can't get away with. Okay, cool. Okay. I like it. I'm just gonna do one thing. I don't like how far out these are extending. I'm just gonna walk that back. Okay. I think that's looking good. Well, not necessarily. I only noticed it because I mirrored the part and it didn't line up perfectly. I was like, oh. Oh, those things are different. Fascinating. And part of the reason that we flip drawings like this is because your eye gets used to what it's looking at. And so it doesn't necessarily pick up on discrepancies that don't make sense. And by flipping it, we essentially trick the brain into thinking that it's looking at entirely new information and it's able to pick up on things that it couldn't before. Okay. I think we've gotten through a lot of it. I think we're kind of getting to a point where I can't dance around this hand much longer. I'm just sort of thinking about the pose. About what exactly I want to do here. I think we'll sort of set up on a new layer. Might actually not even see the pinky at all. The hand might just be curled in such a way. remember one of my teachers or senpai or someone saying that, you know, experienced artists, but I think it applies to a lot of skill sets and professions, etc., you know, that are faster, aren't necessarily inherently better. They have just put in the work, that they are better at recognizing the usual pitfalls and avoiding them because they've already done it enough and sort of internalized those steps so that they don't need to do it repeatedly. I'm gonna do one more thing. I say one more, which we all know is a lie, but it's fine. I think the hand's just a little bit too big. Maybe like 5% smaller. And then that'll give us some room to make the arm a little bit bigger as well, or a little bit longer, which might resolve a little bit of the perspective issues that we were struggling with before. This is my smacking hand. For when I'm just sick and tired of dealing with all them dumb motherfuckers. Okay, I think that's better. A couple of adjustments. Couple of things. One, I think the thumb needs to be a little bit longer. I think the actual body of the hand is a bit too short. 2, I'm gonna try bringing the thumb in like this. It's more sort of stroking. Probably should have done this before I like assigned the nail and everything, but it's okay. I don't think this is working, actually. Okay, it's kind of there. Yeah, okay, that's all kind of, it's okay. It's just one of those days. Honestly, today was not one of those days. Today was fine. I have definitely had those days though. As you say, we all do. We all get there at some point. Yeah, that's a bit better. And then I think if we slightly gently shade this side of the gem, it becomes a little bit more apparent that there's, you know, more there. Or rather, if we just have like a planar shift, right, between the far side of the gem and this side and the shirt where it sort of starts to level out again. It gives a bit more impression like, oh, there's more here. Well, the other thing, let's go ahead and do this. Let's go ahead and do this. 1, save. 2, haven't done this part yet. Make it a little bit clearer where the full body is. Orange? Yeah. Plays really interestingly with the colors of the shirt. Okay. That looks pretty good, but now would we... Yeah, I was kind of worried I was going to do that. Alright. That's okay. I think if we just sort of... That's probably fine. think I made the excuse me. I think I made the fingers too long. I think that's a bit better. Still sort of trying to get it to sit the way that I would like. Come on. A little bit more. A little bit more. Okay, so the real question is, do I want to just say I admit that I don't like what the hand is doing and completely redraw it? I probably should. I should probably just do that. I should probably just admit that it's not working as intended. And just own up to that and go again. Polishing a turd, as they say. Okay. Let's try this. Mm-hmm. You know, GDC has a run of Expedition 33, which thankfully is going on at the same time. You know, the picture. Well, it works, right? It gets the point across. Yeah, I don't like this either. I feel like doing this is gonna put it basically back to where we were. Yeah. Yeah, it's exactly the same thing. Alright, let's try one more thing then. Rough it out, kind of see how it looks, how it feels. Try not to spend too long working out the anatomy, right? Just get the gesture, see if it feels good, see if it makes sense, see if it's worth pursuing. It does always kind of suck when there's a run at GDC of a game that's like, I don't want to watch because it would spoil the game to watch the run, and I want to watch the run, but later. I had to dodge so many Breath of the Wild speed runs because I hadn't had a chance to play the game yet, and I wanted to actually, you know, experience it unblemished. Like, even if it's something that the story isn't really important, you know, the speed run, you see all of the ways that people have figured out how to sort of cheese the game and break it and do crazy things, which you can then take back into your own experience. And so it's kind of like, oh, I already know how to beat this in a really simple and effective way. I don't really get to figure it out on my own. Which, you know, some people it doesn't really matter, some people I think it does. I'm gonna put these back together. I think I do. What if we press the thumb against the base more? Maybe bring the whole thing up some? You know, one of my coworkers is leaving soon. I'm sort of, you know, going through the closeout process and everything. And we were in a meeting at some point and they were mentioning, like, you know, what they had done for a lot of their career, because they've been in the industry for a long time, is they would work, you know, 9-month, 1-year contracts or however long, but, you know, contracts for a period of time. And then the contract would end. And, you know, they would, try and do like a vacation or a trip or, you know, a little personal time before they pick up their next contract and sort of do that cyclically. And they said that, and I went, son of a bitch, that's what I wanted to do. The game industry has always been very impermanent. The better word, but I'm blanking on it. It's like, right, a lot of places operate in contract situations, or, you know, limited time employment, shall we say. And so I kind of just worked that into my expectations of like, oh yeah, I'm gonna be bouncing job to job, but if I expect that that's going to happen, well, then I can also expect, oh, you know, I can use that as opportunities to take breaks, go on vacations, whatever, and then, you know, like they were saying, sort of do a few months on, you know, a year or two on, take a few months off, and sort of bounce back and forth and roll with it. And at this point, it's like, I have this job, I've been there for 4 years, and I'm really hoping that I get to keep it, because the state of the industry right now is like, I don't know where I'm gonna land if I lose this one. And it's just like, I don't know, part of me wants to do that, right? Part of me wants to get into that point where I can comfortably be like, all right, well, it's time to do something new, either voluntarily or otherwise, and then just take like a sabbatical, effectively, right? Just take some time and be like, I'm gonna go somewhere, and I'll see y'all in like 4 months. I'm gonna go travel or something. Or just work on a project. Just do something that isn't, you know, the weekly grind. Okay, comparing this to that, I like that way more. Oh, too much. Yeah, that's way better. I think it's also, yeah, because we extended the arm out a little bit as well. I think that finally gets it into a pretty good length, a pretty good perspective. So, I'm gonna say, for right now, we're gonna keep it like this. We're gonna keep it like this. We're gonna keep this pose. Add the glow back in there, so we gotta rework that a little bit. That's okay. I don't know. I really like making games. I want to continue to professionally make games. And I don't know how much I wanted to continue to be in the game industry, if that makes sense. I don't feel like being in the AAA game industry lets me make the most interesting games that I could be. And frankly, I don't think it's that stable of a position to be in either, right? I think there's so much volatility in it, especially these days. That's not really a selling point. Okay, I think we're gonna make the gem glow generally softer than we do in a lot of drawings, just because it's not like flaring up. But we'll get a little bit of lighting on the fingers, a little bit of lighting on the surrounding skin, a little bit of, you know, glow through of the shirt itself. But I think that looks pretty good. Just as a point of comparison, as I did save it beforehand, show Faye last time. So this is the drawing when we started. You just put that side by side. It's definitely coming along. I think there's still a lot to figure out, obviously. But I generally like the changes that we made to the hand. I think a lot of the shading is feeling really good. It's definitely still an interesting question of how do we make it feel well, and this is the really interesting thing, right? Like, something being wet in appearance is the implication that it was in water is now out of water, and the water that is stuck to the surface is what is wet. When something is in the water, right, it doesn't look wet. So there's an interesting like point to hit there of like, how do we get the parts that are sort of above the water but might have gotten a little bit on them or had some interaction to feel wet without like sort of making it look overly glossy and played up. So that'll be a cool challenge to continue to experiment with, but I think we made some good progress, right? And we will figure that out on Saturday. Yes, Saturday at Chubby. Thank you. I'm glad you like it. I think we're getting there. I think we're getting to a point where I'm happier with it. I think it still has a ways to go, but definitely getting somewhere. So yeah, Saturday we will continue with this, but also it is going to be the first stream for Horizon Forbidden West, which I have not played, so this is going to be a new experience for all of us, and I'm really excited about that. I think that'll be very cool. I hope you guys are looking forward to it. I'm going to go ahead and shut down the VOD. Everyone say goodbye to YouTube. And we shall find somebody that we can raid. Bye bye, VOD squad.